How's it going, everybody? So today is gonna be a weird one. I'm starting pretty late. It's 9 p.m. right now on the East Coast. So what I want to do, I have my hourglass right here. I want to jump right into it. I left a little message in chat, because I had to spam it with emotes. Apparently you can't even see the emotes on here, but I was messing with the bots, so yeah, anyway, that's not important, just something I noticed, thought was funny. We are currently at 19,257 words, so that's pretty good. We're not caught up yet, as you can see, but we're on trajectory there, and that's what's important. I've been writing like 3,000 words a day, and I want to get more done. I've been talking about that, so today I'm going to attempt that. There's no guarantee. This could be a really messy stream. I'm going to be flipping this hourglass a lot, I hope. But I'm forcing myself to do 3,000 words at the very least every day. So, that's what today is about. That's all it's about. I will be going either until I've finished 3,000 if it takes me 8 hours, or until I can get more than that if it takes me less. I mean, hopefully it takes me less than 8 hours. Point being, we're writing today. We're doing more writing for NaNoWriMo, and that's where it's at. This graph is totally skewed now, in a way, because it thinks we wrote like 5,000 words in a day, because I did all of my words after midnight. I logged all of my words after midnight on the site, so I've managed to skew the charts a bit. But that's fine. It's still counting how many words we have done. We're still on pace for everything. The unfortunate bit about my writing schedule is that on the 30th, if I'm still trying to catch up, my normal schedule has been like starting late, finish late, you know? So, but that hurdle probably won't be a problem. If I get it done how I want to get it done, I'll be at 50 a few days before. Probably shortly. I want to try and get to 50 around Thanksgiving, or just after it. We'll figure that out. That's not now. Right now is now. And right now, I want to write something. So, last time, hold please while I fix this word counting add-on. There we go. Okay. Last time we had written a bunch. We were writing sporadically last time. We filled in Sheila and Georgia's chapter a little bit. We filled in Carlos's chapter a little bit, I believe. Yeah, we filled in Carlos's dealing with John. So they're gonna meet with John eventually. Carlos still needs to meet with them, I think. I think that's where we're at, actually. So, if we get him coming in after their conversation. I'm forgetting where I'm at with their conversation. Max nodded, I'd be happy to, but you need to agree to teach me yours as well. Combining these magics seems promising. We might even be able to find a way to move me around with this. Is there a way? Right. I wanted to think of a way to get Max moving around with the magic, and that would be important if he was able to do that. Maybe I should think about that for a little bit before we jump into things, because this would be a perfect opportunity to write that in, or at least to work that in to start with. Maybe it would skip a bit. I'm thinking something like in the Lightbringer series. There's this magic that's all about taking in colors through your eyes and then creating this substance that's made out of the color, basically, to make a long story short. And they can make like boats with it and stuff, and but it takes like some artificing to do that. It takes craftsmanship. So this magic system is similar in that way a little bit. Let me open up my magic system document here, so I can just review it a little bit. I should have done this earlier in the day, but it's been a week. So we've got material flux, right? And it is all about changing the properties of matter and changing matter itself into other types of matter. So a person can make stone, metal, and crystal, none of which are very conducive to floating by themselves. You can make a metal structure that floats because of the air inside it, and you can affect the weight of things if you're an infuser. So, that's interesting. I just had an interesting idea. They could float him around. Or he could make like a wheelchair of sorts by making some metal wheels on a platform that weighs very little because of its infusion. And so he could make a wheelchair easily. But I want to think if there's something cooler that could happen. Like, I suppose I could write in the wheelchair for now and then change it in editing if I came up with something cooler over time. But while I'm here thinking about it, like, so they can make air. Sheila and Georgia can make air way less, and then Max and Andy can turn the air into any of these three, right? So they could potentially make something. They could make something buoyant inside of air itself. Like they could infuse the air enough that that stone floated like a balloon, right? And I suppose they could make it buoyant enough, like they could balance it exactly. If they really worked hard at it, they could balance it so that there was a platform that he could sit on that floated in the air. Now, that's just levitation. I don't know how that helps him particularly is the thing. Like, he could weigh himself down with stuff and then get rid of that stuff. Like, so you can make, especially if he's using magic, so like he could float up and down, but I don't know how that gets him side to side. Now, if he really needed to, he could build like a rudder for the air, but it would have to be magically powered by him, and that would use a lot of energy. Like, he'd have to like make a bunch of stones to like push the rudder along, and it would drop stones behind it, and it would be a mess. Really, it wouldn't be useful in most cases. Probably not in any of the cases that he'll find himself in, except for the assault on the factory that they'll eventually do. So that's something to think about. I'm gonna take a note of that really quick. You know what? I'm gonna use the Theodrin. Hold on. I'm gonna make another page break. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, come on. Notes. Max and Georgia make a flying machine of some sort for him to operate in the assault. Okay, so that's a fun thing I can add. This is cool. I like doing this. Now that I have some characters, this is part of my process that I miss out on when I do Nano. Is like, now that I have characters on the page and all this, there's a bunch of things I know about them that I didn't know about them before, and I love to just like now I know Max and Georgia are gonna love to tinker around with crazy stuff when they have full access to their powers. So like that sort of thing is gonna be something they do a lot, and like, just not something I would have come up with when Max didn't even exist, and Georgia was nothing but the concept that Sheila has people she knows inside of a prison. Like, she wasn't a character at all. I know Sheila's gonna have friends there. So now that she's a fully not realized on the page fully yet, but now that she's fully realized up here, I can start thinking, like, what kind of stuff would she do that I didn't put in the outline? And that's one of them. She would help Max build stuff. Now, there should probably be a precursor to this. So, Max's wheelchair, and maybe this will be the scene where they make it. Yeah. So, Max's wheelchair is a precursor to this. Where's that down arrow? I don't know where to find it. I'm not worried about it. Max's wheelchair. Oops. Max's wheelchair is a precursor to this. Okay. And Max's wheelchair. Now, I think it's going to be... Now, wheelchairs might be in existence, right? Like, bicycles were probably very recently invented in the era of this book. So a wheelchair probably would have come along with the bicycle. I'm guessing that's how it works. Maybe some research is in order. Which came first? Wheelchair or bicycle? Probably a wheelchair, I'm gonna guess. 1655. Yeah, wheelchairs exist in my time then. Clockmaker. Of course a clockmaker made a wheelchair. Yeah, I figured, like, who wouldn't have thought, like, why don't I get a mini cart for myself if they didn't have legs, you know? They would have at least wanted one, you know? Anyway. Wheelchair. So his wheelchair is gonna be badass. Like, the coolest fucking thing that I can make it with this magic system. So, it's gonna be, first of all, it's gonna be I was gonna say rock solid, but metal might make more sense. If they make it out of metal entirely, okay, that's a little bit less, no, they're not gonna make it out of metal. They're gonna make it out of diamond and then hide the diamond in metal. Okay, so, and then the diamond's gonna be extremely lightweight, so it'll seem like it's hollow. The diamond will be so lightweight. Okay, cool. So, wheelchair. Diamond with a metal exterior. Diamond and metal infused. Were infused air, and therefore they okay, wheelchair. Diamond with a metal exterior. Diamond and metal were infused air, and therefore they are light as hell. The other thing, he could potentially, let me see. So he could make it like, not necessarily steam powered, because he has no control over the temperature of things that he changes, right? So, like, maybe he could repel it in some way. That wouldn't be, I mean, the problem there is that whatever way he propels it, he would not be able to do it in public, which I guess is an interesting problem to have. Like, he could have a built-in propellant where he, like, I'll have to think about that. That's going to be something that whoever finds out about the wheelchair doesn't know about, and then he can pull it out of his back pocket at any time that it becomes useful. Alright, so I think we're good there. I think we can start writing now. Let's see. Right. So Max, so what I'm gonna do here, and then I'm gonna stop talking and start writing, is I'm going to have this conversation that they're having right now about the magic be interrupted by Carlos, and then that's going to lead to an argument between Sheila and Carlos. From there, we're gonna jump to a Carlos perspective. That'll most likely be after the argument is resolved, and then it will jump right into him being confused as fuck while the audience has magic explained to them through him, because he's gonna be like, what the hell? He's gonna be asking so many questions. and those questions are going to lead to answers for the audience. Basically, that's the idea of what I want to write today. That can be a full chapter, maybe. That might be everything I write for the day. So I'm going to jump right into it. If we finish that, then the outline I'm going to pull up really quick. Then what we're going to, actually it's not even in the outline because I changed things. Then after that, they're going to go meet John. And yeah, John meeting at night. Here we go. It's on this page. John meeting at night. John doesn't show up. Turns into a thing Carlos needs to do. Finding him turns into a thing. Right. So. Excuse me. Sorry. Carlos might go and find John, or John might show up like still alive. Like, fuck, you were right. You know, because he got captured or something. I don't know what's gonna happen there. We'll see about that later. For now, let's flip this and jump right into it. Max nodded. I'd be happy to, but you need to agree to teach me yours as well. Combining these magics seems promising. You might even be able to find a way for me to move around with this. Issue of mine. Combining these magics seems promising. I can't wait to see what we can make. Tell me, is your power to alter things permanent? How does it work? I think he was being asked actually to explain his, so hold on. It's been a while, she said. I wasn't sure that I could do that anymore. Your trick kind of puts mine to shame though, big guy. Think you can teach it to me? I could certainly try. Maximilian knows a lot more than I do about this sort of stuff though. Max nodded. I'd be happy to, but you need to agree to teach me yours as well. Combining these magics seems promising. We might even be able to find a way to move me around with this issue of mine. Can't wait to see what we can make. Tell me, is your power to alter things permanent? How does it work? That sounds like something Sheila might ask, actually. Sheila smiled. Okay then. Tell me, is your power to alter things permanent? Create things permanent? Because all she's seen him do is form a sword. or form things, or stop things from being formed, you know? Doesn't necessarily know that he's transforming matter, is the point. Hey, Fruity! Fast! Words fast! Yes! Yes! I am working on it. I've actually got the hourglass going, so I'm in the middle of a sprint right now, but we are at, hold on. 19,257. So close to 20k. Alright. I'm not. I just wanted to show you that. I'm super happy about it. Sheila smiled. Okay then, tell me, is your power to create things permanent? How does it work? I think that works. Well, first off, we don't actually create anything. Not as far as I can tell, at least. What I'm doing seems to be kind of similar to what you are doing. Changing a substance. It just seems like you change part of it while I change the whole. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to somebody hearing that without understanding what he's doing? I'm gonna go with kind of. I'm still confused. Well, okay, actually here's the thing. She knows that she can change the air around her a little bit. Are you saying that you're turning something into the objects you create? What? Is it like energy? The power from the moonstones? That makes sense, I guess. This is totally not Max's voice. I need to figure out how he'd explain these things later. I don't know. Bring Max's voice to this. Alright, cool. No, not what? Not the energy. That seems to be used for the process. Whew. No, not the energy. That seems to be used for the process. I'm getting too deep into it if Carlos is going to interrupt. That seems to be used for the process. Okay. No, not the energy. That seems to be used for the process. It's... He waved his hand around like he's messing with the air. I don't know how to describe that. He waved his hand around in front of him for a moment. The air. The air? You're telling me you can make swords and coins, swords and gold and whatever you like out of thin air? Maximilian laughed. I always just thought that's where the expression came from. Okay. That's a little bit more Max. Maximilian laughed. I always just thought that's where the expression came from. The air? You're telling me you can make swords and gold and whatever you like out of thin air? Whatever you want? Okay. Max laughed. Then I need to find a good spot for Carlos to barge in. Okay, I think I figured it out. Sheila nodded. You're right, we do need to explore this more. And I had an idea. She took out her bag of supplies, which she'd purchased from the guild's contact. Laid it out open on the table so that its contents were easily visible. Isn't that something? Said Max. 3 of them. So I want, I think 12 moon crystals will be good. As they viewed the contents of the bag, 12 glowing and beautiful moonstones. Bursting with energy, ripe for the taking. We could build a mountain with this. Maximilian. I don't know, for now that works. We could build a mountain with this, huh, Maximilian? Yeah. Oh my god, I keep fucking up his name. Andy, because I spell it weird. We could build a mountain with this, huh, Maximilian? Yeah, Andy. Not sure where we'd put it, though. Okay, so we've got that. Gillis stood and watched as the group's eyes lit up. I think I'm going to take this and drop it down here. As they looked upon the contents of the bag. Well, isn't that something, said Max. 12 glowing and beautiful moonstones shone out, bursting with energy ripe for the taking. Every single person in the room had experienced the power that the light in these stones could provide them. Sheila had never before seen so much of the stuff in one place. So for some context, these things, I'm in the middle of a sprint, but for some context, one of these is like enough to last an infuser like a full day of regular use, or like 2 days, but it does wear off slowly. Like they can hold it for a long time, but it's not like permanently within them. But for like a shifter, it might help them with like 1 or 2 large tasks, basically. Very rough how much it takes to do stuff, but like they might be able to open up a large hole in a wall or something with 1, and then they'd be almost exhausted of their power. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Or they could make multiple swords and shit like that. Sheila stood and watched as the group's eyes lit up as they looked upon the contents of the bag. She felt proud of her ability to provide this. And if she knew the sort of threats that they were or be facing, and if she knew the sort of threats, if her assumptions about the sort of threats that they were sure to be facing as fugitives, that's the word. Okay. I can't find the best moment for Carlos to drop in, but I think I'm gonna just do it and leave like a dash for something to be filled in if it's necessary. Yeah, it's gonna be perfect here. I'm getting a lot more magic world building in, and I like it because I was very worried that it wasn't that certain things weren't gonna translate unless I did this. This is gonna be a good couple chapters. That someone with powers like hers had, which helped them detect it when someone had absorbed the power. Knock came at the door, and Sheila rushed to seal the bag, cutting off the trance that held the group's eyes locked on its contents immediately. Cutting off the trance that held the group's eyes locked on its contents immediately. I don't know if the grammar's right there. Sheila hated that. The feeling that the life energy gave to someone at a glance. The ambiguous sense someone with powers like hers had, which helped them detect it when someone had absorbed the power. That's gonna need work. Okay. Well, it's either that asshole guard or someone from the guild. It was a shame this place didn't have a peephole on the door. Is that what it's called? The door. I hate that word. Peephole's proper name. Peephole, spy hole. Like spy hole better? I don't know. Weird. It was a shame this place didn't have a spy hole on the door. What sort of city flat didn't have a spy hole? Visit, Sheila said, just loudly enough to be heard on the other side of the door. Hmm. Sheila sighed. She was beginning to regret ever letting this man know where their hideout was. He was only a liability. How were they ever liability? Where am I going with this? We're ever letting this man know where their hideout was. He was only a liability. A city guard? For Moon's sake? Moon's sakes? What in the hell was I thinking? Oh, the hourglass is out. I'm gonna keep moving forward for a second. City guard, for moon's sakes, what in the hell was I thinking? Sheila opened the door. I suppose I was thinking... This man lost both his legs. We all just fought a terrifying monster. We're running for our lives. Where's the closest and safest place I can think of? Yeah, that was about it. Okay. That's where I'll call it for just a second, because I've got thinking to do. The way I wrote this is interesting, because I plan on continuing from Sheila's perspective here and doing Carlos's argument with her from her perspectives to give some of her thought processes, which is why I was getting doing all of this thought stuff here, getting inside Sheila's head, because I plan to be very in her thoughts in the middle of the argument, in a way. Or it's what I was planning on. But now this single line has me thinking otherwise, which is, Sheila gave Carlos a nod and held the door open for him. And he goes, "Listen, you were right." And that is going to piss her the fuck off. She's gonna be really mad because she knows exactly what he's talking about, because she only told him one thing, and that was, don't fucking tell the guards. So him saying you were right means disaster. Now, the problem is, and I need to open my fruit snacks really quick, so hold on. Okay, so the problem is that, well, like, how we're gonna resolve the argument here is that Carlos going to explain that he didn't tell anything. He didn't give up any of them. He didn't implicate anyone. He didn't mention the prison break. He said, "Look, I found this place." Now, that's not enough for him, right? He's fucked, and she's gonna tell him that. But, and it's true, like, he is about to have his life torn asunder. But he didn't give them away where they were. He didn't endanger them until he came here. She's gonna be mad at him about that too. Now, he's gonna have an excuse. It's not gonna be a good one, but his excuse is essentially like, okay, but I'm a city guard. I'm the person who tails people, like, my job. So I know how they do this thing. I'm fine. I'm not being followed. I've been careful, right? And he has, but there's some experts on him. So I don't know. I don't think he's been followed here. I haven't decided yet, really. But he's been being followed around, right? Like, he got followed to John's place. So I don't really know, but that's the gist of it. I'm gonna write it soon. I'll flip this hourglass and just jump right into it. I think that we are like 200 words away from 20,000. Yeah, we're even less. We're 130 words away from 20,000. So during this next sprint, we should be hitting the goal, which is kind of cool. Well, not the goal. I don't know why I said goal. We'll be hitting 20,000, which is cool. Either tomorrow or the next day we'll be past 25 too, which is also fun, you know? I think I think we're making good time. 615 words at an hour, so 3,000, and if I can get the pace up, we'll be done in 4 hours, you know? Yeah. So, I'm liking where it's at. I'm pretty ready to write this argument. I just want to get a little bit of a sugar rush going before I start. And I'm probably going to take a bathroom break, so I'll go do that right now and make this whole process faster. And I'll be right back. See y'all soon. Okay, I'm back. Got myself a seltzer, got the hourglass, ready to jump right into another sprint. We are about to have Sheila and Carlos argue. I almost said Sheilos, like I'm shipping them or something. I've actually been thinking about like maybe they Sheila and Georgia might be an item. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see about that. That is not particularly important to this novel. So, anyway. Yeah, that was about it. Wait. I want to read a little bit of what I wrote, and then I'll jump in. So, just to get a feel for where it's at before the argument breaks out, like, because they're all feeling pretty good, they're all happy, and then this is gonna put a damper on that, and that's the second time. Well, I mean, yeah, Sheila and Carlos are gonna be butting heads a lot to start with. They don't get along very well, so okay. It's been a while, she said. Actually, before I start reading, here, listen to this can open. It will be a beautiful sound. I love that. It's like the only thing that gets past my noise gate. Okay. So, Sheila smiled as Andy and Georgia began clapping enthusiastically. It's been a while, she said. I wasn't sure I could do that anymore. Your trick kind of puts mine to shame, though, big guy. Think you could teach it to me? I could certainly try. Maximilian knows a lot more than I do about this sort of stuff, though. Max nodded. I'd be happy to. What the hell is happening there? I did a whole bunch wrong there. I know I'll fix this in the edit, but... Maximilian nodded. I'd be happy to. But you need to agree to teach me yours as well. Combining these magics seems promising. We might even be able to find a way to move me around with this issue of mine. I can't wait to see what we can make. Sheila smiled. Okay then, tell me, is your power to create things permanent? How does it work? Well, first off, we don't actually create anything. Not as far as I can tell, at least. What I'm doing seems to be kind of similar to what you're doing. Changing a substance. He sounds like way too much of like a scientist in this, and it's not right. Changing a substance, it just seems like you change part of it while I change the whole. Does that make sense? Kind of. I'm still confused. Are you saying you're turning something into the objects you create? What is it, like energy, the power from the moonstones? That makes sense, I guess. This whole bit needs a lot of work. No, not the energy that seems to be used. That seems to be used for the process. This needs work. He waved his hand around in front of him for a moment. The air. Okay. Ooh, I shouldn't have read this. It's just making me want to change it. Okay. The air? You're telling me you can make swords and gold and whatever you want out of thin air? Maximilian laughed. I always just thought that's where the expression came from. Sheila nodded. You're right. We do need to explore this more, and I had an idea. She took out her bag of supplies, which she'd purchased from the guild's contact, laid it out, open on the table so that its contents were easily visible. Well, isn't that something, said Max. 2 glowing and beautiful moonstones shone out. 12 glowing and beautiful moonstones shone out, bursting with energy ripe for the taking. Every single person in the room had experienced the power that the light in these stones the light in these stones could provide them. Sheila had never before seen so much of the stuff in one place. We could build a mountain with this, huh, Maximilian? Yeah, Andy. Not sure where we'd put it, though. Sheila stood and watched as the group's eyes lit up as they looked upon the contents of the bag. She felt proud of her ability to provide this, and if her assumptions about the sort of threats that they were sure to be facing as fugitives were correct, they would need every last bit of the energy held in this trove. A knock came at the door, and Sheila rushed to seal the bag, cutting off the trance that held the group's eyes locked on its contents immediately. Sheila hated that, the feeling that the life energy gave to someone at a glance. The ambiguous sense someone with powers like hers had, which helped them detect it when someone had absorbed the power. Well, it's either that asshole guard or someone from the guild. It was a shame this place didn't have a spy hole on the door. What sort of city flat didn't have a spy hole? Who is it? Sheila said, just loudly enough to be heard on the other side of the door. Carlos, can I come in? It's important. Sheila sighed. She was beginning to regret ever letting this man know where their hideout was. He was only a liability. A city guard, for moon's sakes? What in the hell was I thinking? Sheila opened the door. I suppose I was thinking, this man lost both his legs, we all just fought a terrifying monster, we're running for our lives, where's the closest and safest place I can think of? Yeah, that was about it. Sheila gave Carlos a nod and held the door open for him. Listen, Carlos said, you were right. And that's where she's gonna get pissed. Now, I hate everything I just read. I want to change it all. But we're going to wait. We're going to wait until December to do that stuff. So I'm going to flip this hourglass and move forward. The issue has not come up yet, but if I were to ever actually want to trash a piece of this, which, I mean, it'll probably happen, sometimes it only happens in the edit. It depends on what happens. I might do rewrites of things. Like, I might, but when I do the rewrite, I'm going to keep the original, because I might want the original instead, like, later, you know? And also, it adds to my work count. It's words I've written, you know? So, that's that. Just something I was thinking about, because some things have changed already, and that's prone to happen. Like, Maximilian's first page probably doesn't show him as very, like, extraordinarily intelligent, right? But he is now. Like, it's something that has come to him in the story. So yeah, stuff like that. Anyway. Listen, Carlos said. You were right. I have not considered what to do at this point. Are we flipping perspective to Carlos? If we do, we can't make Sheila sympathetic. I mean, we can. We can make Sheila sympathetic because Carlos will be sorry. And it won't be much of an argument. Whereas from Sheila's side, it'll be an argument to her, even though he's sorry, you know, like, and she'll be sympathetic in the sense that you're sympathetic for her being angry, not you're sympathetic that Carlos screwed her over and now she is the giver of consequences. You know, those are the two dynamics I have to decide between right now. I could just write both. It's an option. If I do that, I'll write it from Sheila's perspective, and if I'm not liking it, I'll jump to Carlos's and keep what I wrote there. Maybe I'll write it from Sheila's perspective first, yeah, and then we'll see what happens from there. That's what I'm gonna do. Sorry, I just didn't want to burp into the microphone. I burped a bunch. That damn seltzer. Okay. So. There you go. There's a burp. I don't know if you heard it. So, yeah. We just gotta get the, argument down. I want to flip this after I know what the first line or two is gonna be. Okay, I got it. Here we go. Wow, this got darker than I thought it would very quickly. She picked up the blade, ignoring the protests of her friends, and walked straight over to Carlos. Who had his hands in front of him. Yelling. Why are my ears ringing so loud? No, she's not thinking this. She's not thinking right now. Tila's ears were ringing. Okay. I think we just went over 20,000. We did. Yay! 20K! Alright. He patted Sheila's shoulder. $20K! I'm super happy about that. That's more words than I've ever written in a month already, so there's an accomplishment. I think the most words I've written in a month before then was like 15,000, so. Georgia was on the edge of her seat, face red. Had she been yelling? Maximilian was examining the two, examining her with a focused, I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say, but I'm saying that he was ready to like stop her somehow. Yeah, I'm working on it. As long as all goes according to plan, I will have 50,000 at the end of the month. I'm paced well enough for it. I do want to try and get a bunch, one of these days, a bunch more than 3,000, but we'll see how it goes. Maximilian was examining her with a focused something. And Carlos was practically cowering before her. Am I really that intimidating? Sheila asked herself, digging the point of the sword into the ground before her. How do I do this? I'm gonna have her like toy with him a little bit, like she's holding up a finger and he's going silent, so she's like stoked. Like, Hila held up a finger and the man quickly went silent. She did her best to hide a smirk. She had to do her best to hide a smirk at the notion I have to check something really quick. I have to check their conversation about this before he told the guard. You can't tell anyone about this. What? Carlos asked. Why wouldn't you want me to tell someone? The guard captains could organize a force to take on the monster and put an end to what's been happening. Or, did you ever stop to think, Mr. Armed and ready to defend the city might be involved? How about the council? You know who owns that factory? You think the guard doesn't know what's going on down here? You're naive. What's your rank anyway? You look a bit old for a cadet. He had a feeling everyone in this room would side with Sheila if it came to a fight. Listen, I don't want any trouble, but if I'm not reporting back to the captain in a few hours, us guards don't let our own go unfound, so whatever the issue is here, hopefully we can resolve it calmly. Alright, so she wants to be assured that you will not tell the guard anything about us or about the factory. You need to trust me. If you tell them, they will kill you. They will kill us, and they will probably kill everyone that's still down in that damned plastic hell. Okay. So, when she asks him, what did I say would happen if you did? This argument is not what I pictured in my head, but it's coming down on paper differently. So, Hourglass is out. Alright. So, there's a part that I skipped because I know how I want this chapter to end, and I wrote that. I wrote how I want it to end. And I know where it led up to, which is her questioning Carlos and getting him to repeat everything she said to him. And then they're gonna have to work the shit out. Like, I just don't know how that's gonna play out right now. But I want it to end with him asking her if she's gonna kill him. Kinda, maybe it's jokingly, maybe it's not so much of a joke for him, but at that point it's a joke to everybody else in the room. I don't know how I'm gonna make that happen, but excuse me, but it's what I want to make happen, at least. So, I know that much. Now, I want to pop open the browser really quick. Actually, no. I want to do something first. I want to do a page break. And I want to do the start of next chapter. I have something in mind, which is why I'm not talking much right now. I want to remember it. Come on. The fuck? Alright. Carlos. No, don't tell me I lost it. I had it in my head and everything. Carlos was basically what it was Carlos was Carlos is now hanging out with everybody, and he's reacting to everything that just went down. But I don't remember. There was like a line I had in my head and it's gone now. Alright, I think that's okay. It's not what I had in my head. Anyway, so that's the second sprint down. And we're 2 hours in at 1,000 words. So, looking like it's gonna be a 6-hour stream or so. Which is okay. Maybe. I'd like to finish faster. I'm honestly feeling kind of tired already, so I need to do maybe some push-ups or something in a little bit. But first, let me update my word count here. $20,362. And Nano has it that I did 14,000 or whatever. It seems that they've updated the word count that I need, which is interesting. I'm feeling good. This was done between 9 p.m. and now is 10:58 p.m. Update progress 20,000. I can't wait for this 25,000 badge. I can't wait for this badge, really. This is the one. Wrote 50,000 words in November. Earn this badge by writing 50,000 words during NaNoWriMo in November. You've got this. Thank you, NaNoWriMo website. Yeah, there's cool stuff here. Let's go to the stats page. Right now, we are at 20,000 words. And we've done 1,105 today. Don't believe the lying website. This is gonna go to 0 at midnight, so I mean, technically we've basically hit the goal, or will have during the next sprint, you know. So if you're counting midnight to midnight, which I'm definitely not doing, which is why I'm very grateful for this thing, because it's not as accurate as I'd like it to be in certain places, but it seems relatively close. 20,366, whereas Google Docs says 62. So there's four words off, and I don't know why. But this is kind of nice. It shows like averages and stuff. It's honestly some of the best word counting data I've gotten. It's right in document, so that's nice. Anyway, we're doing pretty good. I like the looks of it. It's a shame that I didn't just, there was no way in hell that I was ignoring that election. But if this was November 1st, my line would basically be jumping above this line right now, you know? Like it would have gone a little below it and then jumped, and it would be above it now. So I'm doing pretty good. Next year I'll do even better. If I have the time next year, who the hell knows what's gonna happen next November. So yeah, that is, on average I write 1,071 words per day. See, that's not good, and that's why I'm below. That's something I was thinking about. It's the 19th, and it is gonna happen, Fruity, that's for sure. Because the reason my average is at 1,000 is because I've spent literally longer than a week with 0 word averages. So it's no surprise, actually. The incident happened. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but I think I know what you mean. Oh no. I should not look at this bottom area of this page. At this rate, you'll be done on December 17th. Uh-oh, looks like you felt stressed working on this goal. Your average writing speed is -2 words per minute. What? I mean, the -2 thing just makes me have faith that this is wrong. First of all, I've sent them happy faces for every word count update except for one. Hey, no worries, Fruity. Many things were the incident this month, that's for sure. But look, my average writing speed is -2. I need to show the world this. I feel like some sort of monster that just deletes words, like 2 every minute. Like, get rid of this one and this one. I don't know how I get a negative writing speed. How do they calculate that? I guess there's no way to find out. At least it knows I'm a night owl. I don't think I write the most between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. But maybe that's like the time that I'm like, oh, I said I was going to write 3,000 words. I better hurry up. It's already 1 a.m. I mean, yeah, I'm always writing at 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. So makes sense in some way. Apparently I've got messages. I will check those off stream. But yeah, that's that. I'm gonna jump into another writing sprint here to write the Carlos chapter. This is gonna be a weird one. I might go way overboard with it and then edit it down later, is kind of my plan for it. Because I don't want the magic system to be too prevalent in this. Like, it's important. Like, all the characters except for Carlos are magic users. But, I don't know. I don't want to cover it as in-depth. Sorry, Fruity. I won't touch your words. It's all right. I don't touch anyone else's words. It's -2 words on myself, apparently. Even though I've been writing like 3,000 a day for the past week, but whatever. Yeah. So this chapter is probably going to be a massive amount of me just putting like all the information about the magic system down in characters' voices and outside of them, whatever. They're all gonna explain to Carlos like he's a baby, and then I will subtract from it later. I think that's the best method for me to do this, because it will make sure that I'm not missing anything, and it'll give me something to work with when I'm editing. And I know myself, I don't like... when I'm in editing mode, I'm often, like, changing sentences here and there, but I'm not writing down, like, a large amount. Like, I don't do rewrites at the same time that I do editing, but what I can do during the editing process is, like, scratch out stuff, and so, like, with this chapter, it'll probably be a bunch of junk that I take out later. That's my point. However, that being said, I'm gonna get started on it, because it might be really easy to get 2,000 words out of this chapter just by, like, putting all the information I have about this magic onto the page. I think it'll be kind of interesting. we'll see how it goes. I might switch perspectives a couple times, I might not. I'm gonna toy with it a lot, so it's gonna be really rough. It could, I don't want to jinx myself, but it could end up being like just a shit ton of notes instead of what I want to do. I hope it's not, but will editing be streamed, by the way? That's the part I'm really bad at. I will probably stream editing. I'm definitely no pro at it myself. Like, I'm not a published author or anything, but yeah, I'm probably gonna stream the entire creation of this book. I'd really like to put it go from like 0 words all the way to completion. And I was thinking about it today, and it might be cool to, during the editing process, editing is like reading with extra steps. It might be fun to, like, read through it like a voice actor would read an audiobook, but then change it, be like, nah, I don't like this, like just jump out of the read through, and then the next run through on the second draft do the same thing, and until it's finished. And it might be cool because like, potentially having done that multiple times, I might be like good enough at it that I could actually use the audio from the stream to make an audiobook with. I doubt it, but that's a possibility. Yeah. That's pretty much what I'm doing at the end of the day, but I don't change anything yet. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, when I've been editing, especially during NaNoWriMo, I'm just adding like little notes and stuff, because I don't want to subtract words, you know. But normally when I'm editing, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, my first edit on part 1 of my novel was, I actually did it all on paper, so I obviously wouldn't be doing that on stream, but I have to read stuff out loud or I don't realize. It's stupid. That's not stupid. That makes sense to me, especially after doing 20,000 words on stream. Like, I'm starting to realize how useful reading things out loud is. It's something I often don't do. But it's probably going to be something I do forever now. Yeah, kind of cool. I think I want to jump into this chapter. Before I do, though, I'm going to run away from the screen for like a minute or two. I just need my ritual bathroom break before a sprint. And thanks again for coming in, Fruity, and I will see you in a minute or so. Peace. I'm back. I am happy you like it here, Fruity. Thank you very much. Glad I give off good vibes. I hope I do. Alright. Let's just jump right into the sprint. I am ready to make Carlos have a experience learning magic. We'll see what happens. Carlos was still a bit rattled from the exchange with that demon of a woman, Sheila. He was quite honestly just thankful to be alive. The group of escaped what's he gonna say? What has he been thinking of the escapees? The group of escaped individuals had just needed to drop this note in because I was about to start having him explain himself, but really he should have already done that. So they will all be somewhat familiar with his situation, meaning he'll probably be staying with them at this point forward. So I don't think he realizes that at this point though, because of John. So thinks he's going back to John's place. Alright. So Carlos was still a bit rattled from the exchange. He was quite honestly just thankful to be alive. The group of escaped individuals seemed to have bonded in the short time they'd been around each other. Then again, Maximilian and Andy were already close friends, and it seemed as if Georgia and Sheila were at least familiar with one another. So maybe that had something to do with it. Ugh. So maybe that had something to do with it. Okay. Moving forward, the group was intently focused on some sort of project. They had a number of strange materials laid out, created by Maximilian and Andy, with those incredible powers of theirs. Now, I forget if I talked about Sheila's idea for the chair. There we go. One line and it's done. Now Sheila has mentioned that she wanted to make a chair, and the audience knows. The group was intently focused on some sort of project. They had a number of strange materials laid out, created by Maximilian and Andy with these incredible powers of theirs. You noticed that the others seemed to have a similar issue. As well. Excuse me. Okay. He noticed that the others seemed to have a similar issue as well. Where do I go from here? Right. Dialogue. Excuse me again. I'm sorry for keeping on yawning into the microphone. So, if you infused So, if you infuse a large amount of the air in the room, and I quickly turned the same air into, say, diamonds. Ooh. Excuse me again. Wow, I need to stop yawning. So, if you infuse a large amount of the air in the room, and I quickly turned the same air into, say, diamonds, do you think we could make them float? Oof, I'm having trouble with this sentence. Sheila said, there we go. I don't see why not, but it would take an incredible amount of energy, Sheila said. Why do you want them to float? Well, it's more like I want them to lift. Georgia approached Carlos as the two spoke at length about whatever it was that they were making. Okay, so we've got Georgia coming up to Carlos. I think Georgia is gonna be like, do you have any idea what the fuck is going on? Do you want me to explain this? Not in those words, but Georgia approached Carlos as they stood at length as the two people spoke at length about whatever it was that they were making. You want me to explain any of this to you? I know it's probably confusing what we can do. Do you want me to explain any of this to you? I know it's probably confusing what we can do. I'm gonna reposition my seating. Alright, so I know it's probably confusing what we can do. Georgia approached Carlos as the two nerds spoke at length about whatever it was they were making. This is one paragraph. This is why I'm confusing myself. Carlos nodded. I'm not sure I'm not sure I'm going to grasp it all in one night, but so explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Okay. Roger laughed. I'll do my best. So the first thing to realize is that me and Sheila are called infusers. Maximilian and Andy are called shifters. From what we can tell, we have entirely different abilities. And while Maximilian and Andy seem to be convinced they could teach each other to use the other's powers, I'm not so sure. Why is that? Well, for starters, why were we separated in the first place? If we're all just capable of doing both, why did they keep us separate and unaware of each other for so long? They could have wanted you to, they could have wanted to make sure you never learned of each other. And never learned you could do more with your powers. Maybe, Georgia said. But I think it makes more sense that they just didn't want us working together. They needed people with both powers, infusers and shifters, but they needed to keep us ignorant of each other. Because from what I can tell, we are much stronger together. I like that. Alright, let's see. Okay. Okay, I like where this is going with Georgia and Carlos. I believe my time has just run out. Yep. There it is. So, we're at 1,603 now. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we did 1,100 before, so that was another 500 word sprint. So, a few more sprints like that, and we will be at the goal. I think today's gonna consist, maybe not entirely of this chapter, but a lot of it will be this chapter. I'm worried here about one thing, so I want to make a note. I don't even know what it is really. There's just something that I feel is missing with Sheila and with this. Wait, not this. Sorry, I'm wrong spot. With this. With them explaining their powers to each other. Because Georgia's now gonna be explaining everything to... I mean, I could have Georgia and Andy explain. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. But... where's a good place to leave a note? Bring Max's voice to this convo. Also... make sure they explain their powers to each other sufficiently, whether here or off screen or elsewhere. Make it apparent. Yeah, because the problem here is that they're talking to each other about their powers for kind of the second time, but about the details behind their powers, right? And then Carlos barges in, kind of. There's no time jump there. So, because of that, it needs to happen on screen, maybe? Actually, yeah, I think it kind of has to happen on screen now. Or I guess it could technically happen off screen. It could happen off screen. While they're having this conversation about the chair. So they could like learn a lot about each other's powers in building the chair, and Carlos could be like talking to Georgia half the time, not paying attention. In that case, maybe Georgia has to explain infusing, and then Andy can hop in and be like, and yeah, based on what she was saying, like, they can do that with those things, but we can turn these things into these things, and vice versa. That seems like the best bet, actually, yeah. cool. Alright. So, I am going to get a drink of water. Check on some stuff before my sprint. Alright. So, let's see. $11.52. I suppose I should update my word count again. What is my word count? 2889. I started at 11:05 and I ended at 11:50 p.m. and p.m. And this will drop that into today's word count. Yay, 115%. Okay. So, cool. I'm feeling good about how close to halfway we are. It doesn't even come close to halfway through my outline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're practically on 6, right? Even though things have changed. We've got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So, of the sections that my outline calls for, we have 6 of 18. We're on number 6 of 18, so we finished 5. I can't do math. Not even a third of the way. Like, yeah. Not even a third of the way through the outline. Which means this is probably going to be, this will probably be a shorter book than I expected, actually. It'll probably be 70,000 words, maybe? I don't know, some of those sections might be short because they're all mid-range, middle of the plot stuff, and a lot of it is like meeting interesting people and trying to recruit people to a cause, dealing with being chased around while dealing with that, and finally getting the support you need to finally do the infiltration of the factory, and then when they infiltrate the factory, they free everyone. That's the climax, and they live happily ever after, except for the reporter that they hire will end up getting murdered. So no one will ever find out about it, because they go into hiding. Yeah. So, anyways. Whew, I better jump right into another sprint here, because I feel like I'm falling asleep. I don't know if I didn't sleep well and thought I did. I don't know what's up. But, it's only midnight, and I'm not usually falling asleep at this time, I'll put it that way. Hold on, I'm gonna mute the microphone while I open this. Okay. I'm gonna move forward. I'm sorry, I didn't have the writing panel open. My bad. Lots of dialogue today. Sorry, I have trouble reading it out loud while I write it, so lots of silence. I apologize for that. I'll make sure the music's up louder. There we go. There's the fluids, air, water, and smoke. And the solids. Stone. Metal. And gemstone. And crystals. So I found a good opportunity to actually have Georgia explain very simply what the power of shifters is, as she understands it. So I took it. Maximilian and Andy can turn any of the fluids into solids and vice versa, even quickly, like he did with that quickly and many times over, like he did with that sword last night. He turned air into metal. Then he turned that metal into smoke and back into air again. Got it? Makes sense so far. Although I still can't get over how incredible that is. Good, so remember those two groups? Solids and fluids. Oof, I've been through this playlist so many times. I need to get rid of that song. Okay. Carlos shook his head in the affirmative. I use some military language for Carlos. Makes sense so far, although I still can't get over how incredible that is. Good, so not good anymore. Me either. Though I suppose it's a little less shocking for someone like me. So, remember those two groups? Solids and fluids? It's useful to think of them in pairs. Stone and air are connected. Water and just want to organize this well so that it makes sense when read. Metal and water are as well. So the last pair would be crystals and smoke. Odd. Georgia shrugged. I don't make the rules. I'm just telling them. Anyways, ringing off the hook. Stuff that can wait. Georgia shrugged. I don't make the rules, I'm just telling them. Anyways. Anyways, what? Anyways. These pairs each have properties. Me and Sheila can alter the properties of these things by infusing them with energy. I think my counter broke. It always breaks at 1,500. I don't know what's up with that. Anyway, George just shrugged. I don't make the rules. Oh, I think I realized why it breaks. It maxes out at 1,667. Because that's the amount you need to write each day to do National Novel Writing Month. If you write every single day. Which, after this month, damn, that seems easy, honestly. After me having a week of not doing anything and then having to do like 3,000 words a day. Yeah. So the last pair would be crystals and smoke? Odd. Georgia shrugged. I don't make the rules, I'm just telling them. Anyways, these pairs each have properties. Me and Sheila can alter the properties of these things by infusing them with energy. This is so much. I'm gonna have to cut stuff, but I don't know what I can, honestly. That's for later me to realize. I have an idea. I'll leave a note. I think Georgia's becoming a bit of the genius of the group, just in terms of explaining this. But Carlos is going to see her that way, maybe. But ask yourself how Sheila threw that warden against the wall down there, and the answer is in the stone knife. In the second scenario, you don't stop. Georgia smiled. Exactly. And that's what increasing phasing does. Georgia smiled. Exactly, and that's what increasing phasing does. Metal slides over and through things much more easily when it's infused. Water does the opposite. Really hard to describe. You saw Sheila infuse metal last night. How about I show you water now? Alright, cool. This will be good. This gives me a lot of room to write more and to show like a visual example. And to cut out all the massive amount of dialogue, exposition, whatever you want to call it. What's going on here? The sprint is over, and we're at 2,082 words for the day. But I don't want to stop, so I'm gonna keep going. How about I show you water now? Sure, Carlos said. He pulled out his canteen and handed it to Georgia for the demonstration. Oh my microphone was about to fall. I'm gonna mute it real quick. Okay, that should be okay for now. I'm gonna have to be careful with it. I want to continue writing, so I'm going to take the canteen and place. She took the canteen and placed it held out her hand. like where this is going. I'm actually getting a lot done. I was tired earlier, but now I'm excited. How do I refresh this thing? Here we go. This is cool because I got to make Sheila warm up to Carlos a little bit. I think that's important. Georgia nodded. she grabbed a diamond from the table, which had turned into a group workbench of sorts. I need to fix this microphone stand. Just a moment. This is gonna take just a second. I'm gonna go to the be right back screen just so that nothing happens, but it'll be just a moment. Alright, apologies for that. I'm gonna just keep going. We're very close. I am going to flip the hourglass at this point, though, and just push through, because I don't know when this chapter ends. There's still plenty I can do with it, so we'll see. We'll see what happens when I flip the hourglass and when it runs out. Okay, so here I go. Alright, Jordan nodded. Speaking of smoke, crystals and smoke are the last two. Pretty straightforward, actually. They deal with visibility. She grabbed a diamond from the table, which had turned into a group workbench of sorts, and focused on it momentarily. It was a very small thing. Grabbed a diamond from the table, which had now turned into a group workbench of sorts, and brought it over to Carlos. She focused on it momentarily. It was a very small thing. How are your eyes? He asked. What? Pretty good. Never needed lenses or anything. Rats. That makes this one hard to show off indoors. Oh, I have an idea. He pushed Carlos out. He began to push Carlos out the door. Look, I need you to come back in a few moments and immediately start looking around the room. Pretend you lost your keys or something. Got it? Carlos scratched his head, confused. Sure, I guess. Alright. Carlos scratched his head, confused. Oops. Began to push Carlos out the door. Look, I need you to come back in a few moments and immediately start looking around the room. Pretend you lost your keys or something, got it? Carlos scratched his head, confused. Sure, I guess. Good. I'll call you in. He slammed the door behind Carlos, and he waited awkwardly in the stairwell for all of 60 seconds. There we go. That way it's like interesting, I guess. This chapter is actually, I think, a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. I'm not sure, because I'm writing it, so it's different than what reading it would be like, but, not entirely. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, look around. Just said with a smile. Carlos did so. Okay, this is gonna be hard to explain. Carlos did so. cool. Okay. Carlos did so, or at least he tried to. He couldn't help but keep looking at a tiny object in the far corner of the room. He shook his head and closed his eyes. He opened his eyes as and looked directly where Georgia's voice was coming from. He saw her giggling like a schoolgirl who'd just played the funniest prank. But in the corner of his eye was that damned thing in the corner of the room. At the side of the room. Couldn't help but keep looking at a tiny object in the far left side of the room. But in the corner of his eye was that damned thing at the side of the room. Exasperated sigh and approached the object. Visibility. That's the most annoying damn sensation I've ever had. He picked up the diamond and, being unable to look away, he's able to look away, being unable to not see it in his visual field whenever he was turned toward it. Closed his eyes. Georgia, can you make it stop? Georgia laughed. Sure thing. Pretty useful if you don't want to ever lose your precious gems, though. Eh? Carlos felt the gem leave his hand and relieved, opened his eyes. Cool. Where are we at? First off, Apparently I spelled immediately wrong. I don't know how. They immediately... Alright, she lit the bundle of herbs, and for a moment, smoke puffed up in large plumes from the branches. The smoke immediately disappeared. However, and Carlos raised an eyebrow. Georgia noticed the unconvinced expression And what? What did she do inside? No need to act so impressed, he said. And she stuck her hand and she moved her hand over the burning branch. It immediately, I'm saying immediately a lot, but honestly don't give a fuck right now, I'll edit it later. It immediately disappeared. Carlos gaped. He was expecting this one, but it was surprising all the same. You could make us invisible with this. Yep, Georgia said. Georgia said as she stuck her head into... Actually, Georgia said as she stuck her head into the roiling smoke. The roiling, invisible smoke, and Carlos watched as her head appeared to dissolve from her body entirely, revealing the innards. Oh, it's so gross. I don't know if I can go that far. Dissolve from her body entirely. I need to explain that somehow without it being so gross. Wow. Okay. I've been awake for far too long. Okay, add-ons. Let's start tracking. Holy crap, we are very, very close to being finished today. Because, I don't know. I'll keep going. I'll just go. I'm not gonna check when I'm finished or not, and either I'll finish the chapter or I'll get stuck. And whichever comes first, that's when I'll finish. As long as I have 3,000 words. That's the important part. Yep, Georgia said as she stuck her head into the roiling invisible smoke, and Carlos watched as her head appeared to dissolve from her body entirely. Pretty wild. You're lucky to be at the angle you are too. Otherwise, you'd be seeing the inside of my neck right now. Inside of my neck right now. Gross. Yeah, well, I'm not so great with the full body cover for smoke. It's pretty tough to pull off, and I never really knew about it until talking with Hila there. I never even I hadn't actually been able to figure out what the opposite of gems, the opposite to crystals was before I got taken to the factory. You can believe they showed us there. I just never knew why they'd want so much infused smoke until I met these two. Here's the thing. Would Andy and Max already know about infusions, just not infusers? Because they would have to have made stuff out of like if they ever made an invisible something, sword, whatever, like swords are the fall guy, the fall item in this. There's lots of people make swords. If they ever had to do that, then they would know that infused matter existed. They might not know how it was made, but they would know that it existed. So, I don't know. I just don't know. Okay. Georgia slowly placed the bundle of dried herbs into an ashtray. Careful to put out every last ember before leaving it to cool. Okay, so got everything explained. So the next thing, I don't know where this chapter goes from here. They've got to meet with... okay. I know now. So where are we meeting this John fellow tonight? Maximilian asked. Oh, moons. I forgot to send him a message. Do any of you have access to a messenger, or should I run to find someone? That's not a good idea. Sheila said, maybe me, Georgia, or Andy wouldn't get noticed. Maybe me, Georgia, or Andy wouldn't get noticed. But you've probably got patrols after you at this point. You have to stay hidden, especially if you're going to be hanging around here. Honestly, I just want to get the 3,000 down and call it a night at this point. I got the main thing I was trying to write out today done. So now I'm just in transition mode. Look at that. Just 22 words away. Okay. Especially if you're going to be hanging around here. Carlos realized that Sheila was right on that. If he wasn't a wanted man by now, he'd be surprised. It was weighing him down pretty heavily. I could go deliver it for you, Carlos. I've been doing most of the treks outside. Georgia said. Alright, if we're at 3,000, I'm calling it right here. $3,022. Alright, what do I want to do tomorrow? I want to move into the John meeting, and that might be quick because they're not going to find him. So when they don't find him, something should probably happen there. Like, I haven't thought it out, but we've got them finding John, and then the next thing that's going to happen is that Sheila is going to invite Carlos to meet with the guild. And the guild is going to ask Carlos and the rest of them, Sheila, Carlos, all of them, all 5 of them, they're gonna ask, hey, do you want to do something about this? We know someone who wants to do something about this. And they are going to decide, yeah, we should do something about it. They're going to talk together. It was originally going to be a Carlos perspective only, like a single person perspective book, because I thought it would be easier for Nano, but I was wrong. So, and, you know, like, this book just didn't deserve that either. So, it didn't call for that. So, anyway, so they talk to the guild boss. They probably get set up at the guild first. A lot of the stuff that I wanted to happen at the guild has already happened with prisoners that have already escaped. Originally, I was going to have Carlos find Sheila, and Sheila was going to tell him about the factory, and he was like going to only see part of it, and it was a bit of a different thing than what actually happened. So, long story short, they're going to maybe meet 1 or 2 people from the guild. They're gonna get set up by the guild, like, because now there's more people. They can't just all stay in that apartment anymore, so the guild's gonna set them up at a different place, and that place is gonna have other guild members in it. Like, maybe it'll be a hostel. I haven't decided exactly. It could be like a hotel. It could be like a barracks, or whatever. But so that's gonna happen, and then they're gonna get used to the guild a little bit. Time might pass, like maybe a week or two, right? So they get a little bit acquainted with each other off screen and on screen, and then the guild boss calls on them, and they go meet with the guild boss, and she is gonna have this cool thing going on where she has them meet her at a cafe, and the entire cafe, like it's a packed cafe, and she's gonna like wave a finger, and everyone in the cafe is gonna like stop and stare at the group or something, and then she'll like wave a hand and they'll all start eating again. They're all people who work for her, is the idea. Like, so she's like that powerful, right? So she's gonna have a discussion with them. She's gonna be fair with them. She's not gonna try and twist anything without them knowing full well what they're getting into. But she's going to let them know that she has allied herself with a group called the Windsworn, and this girl, this woman Allie, I don't know how old she is at this point. I need to think about that, because I'll have to consider that. But she's a main character in another book, and that book takes place 20 years from now. I didn't even consider... It can work though. It can work. She might be like 20 years old at this point, being in charge of all this. It might be like her first or second mission, maybe. Well, I'll have to... I didn't think of that, but that might actually be what the deal is. Which plays real nice into some other things. Like, the main character of my book is around 20, and this is actually his mother. Allie is his mother. He doesn't know it, but he is, and he's going to be sent on a mission of a similar sort to hers. So it actually plays out real nice if she's 20 and then she's like, okay, yeah, I think that works out pretty well. Anyway, so that's what's gonna happen up to that point. That's where we're at. I'm tired. I'm gonna call it here. There's more to it. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for stopping in. Enjoy. See you tomorrow.